Hey, hello everyone. How's the sound? We got the exciting variation today. Okay, great. I'll start. Let's go back to the beginning of the game. And this whole thing that's happening in the upper left corner, it's something that I researched. It's one of the fighting variations that AIs apparently think can still happen with the 3-4 point Kakari. So I'll talk about that a little bit. So first of all, yes. So this invasion here. When black jumps here, I might as well talk about this Joseki just a little bit. It does involve a ladder. So if white pushes through to cut, this is going to revert to the double Hane Joseki. So I'll just show you this variation, and we can go back. And if white had played here and done a double Hane, this is exactly the same shape. So this is theoretically, since it's a Joseki, it's supposed to be about even. Actually, I would say that early in the game, this tends to favor black, with black getting a tempo, sente that is, and white getting the territory in the corner. It's supposed to be an even trade, but if black pushes here later, black will have a lot of potential. And also, for the time being, black has the tempo, has sente to play away, so it might play a big move like this. So my gut feeling for this Joseki is that early in the game, this tends to favor black a little bit. And later in the game, when territory in the corner becomes, the board gets filled up, so the value of the center areas or the side areas becomes smaller, it means that the corner territory, in contrast, becomes more important, and it gradually gets better for white, for the player taking the corner. So this is, it's more likely to be a good move for white later in the game. So back to the game variation. Let's see. Let's just get rid of this for a bit. So if white pushes through and cuts, that's what happens. If white pushes through and cuts on the other side, the Go proverb does say that you're supposed to capture the cutting stone. And when this ladder does not favor white, this is going to be bad for white. So white would have to find a different move with 7, but a slight advantage for black when the ladder favors white. So white pushed. So when white pushes here, otherwise white could play away. So if white had played something like this, then black's next local move would be to play this hanging connection. And this gives black, locally it gives black a good position with, just ignore white 3, it's probably not the best move. But later on, black can play the nice move here. For instance, if black plays something like this and white plays a pincer, then maybe black would be thinking of playing here fairly soon and putting pressure on the white move. So 8 is a good move. Black's shape in the lower left corner is just a very good shape. So when compared, for instance, to this shape, which is also a Joseki, I would say that these two black stones are not quite as effective as the two black stones in the other variation. So it's slightly better shape for black to have the stones like this. It's just a better shape in the corner, a better territory. In that other shape, white did still have stuff like this to build in the center and forcing moves towards the side. So white gets a good shape there and still has some Maji in connection to this Hane here and a Hane at the E18 point. So white could have played away, but one of the moves is to push here. And if black extends, now white's going to push and cut on this side. So if black plays the trade now, the exchange of the marked white stone and black 1 is good for white, and this whole variation is just plain locally it's good for white. So black will not do that and has to connect now. So white gets to play the attachment and black will curl around. So up to this point, it's the Joseki. White would probably play away now, and corner enclosure maybe. And this is still a very big move for black. So this is close to even. Black has been pushed down to the second line a lot, so that's bad for black. But also the white wall is not as strong as it looks, because all of the liberties on this side, on the side of the wall, all of the liberties are filled. So that actually gives a real danger. When black starts doing stuff like this and stuff like this, the white wall, it's in a case where there's some kind of a race to capture or anything, the lack of extra liberties on the other side of the wall is significant, and it's going to give white trouble. And so that's a drawback to this wall. White does have to be sort of careful about that. White would probably avoid that by playing something on the top rather than taking the side move. So it can be dealt with, but it's a problem enough to make the whole situation about even. So that's my commentary for this Joseki in the lower left. If black had extended, that's what would have happened. So in the game, black plays this move. This is a good shape move. And the knight move is the shape also. So if white had played away, it would have been pretty pointless to have pushed in the first place, because then black would play here, even if just like this. That exchange of pushing at f16 and giving black this good shape on the side was not necessarily good. So that's how white does sort of want to play a local move once white is pushed. So if white had played away now, it would have made sense. But once white is pushed, since the diagonal move here, the kosumi, is where black would have played anyway, it sort of doesn't make sense for white to play away now. So white's choice was the knight's move played in the game, or playing something like this. And again, pushing through in here, with an AI, it does reduce white's score a little bit, just because white's filled a liberty there. So the AIs like it for white to play here. And if black plays here, this is going to be slightly better with that open liberty. And white would probably play away at this point. Although extending, it's a fairly good move. If I were white, I would probably start playing away. But this would still be a very important point for black to take. So I think that maybe Joseki is the type who didn't like this kind of variation where it's going to be a trade. And it's supposed to be okay for white, but some players give a high value to that ponnuki. So it's kind of a matter of taste for human players. So back to the game. So this is a move that is played. It's a move. And black plays here. This is a point where, in the old days, you might say, we would play some kind of a move in the side, a wariuchi, and just try to make a life on the side. It's not done anymore. Obviously, that's something that the AI's changed, and it's still more common to play the kakari here. And the most common Joseki played even before AIs, and it's almost unanimously played now, is instead of playing a pincer here, just locally, talking about it locally, this is a move like this or a move like this. White has various ways to answer in the corner, and black will play some kind of extension on the side. This just doesn't work with that wall white has in the lower left. So this would be probably a bad idea in this case. So it makes sense for white to play a pincer. And just to go back a move here. In this case also, there are very few pincers that will get a good score with an AI. So pincers like this or pincers like this, they're generally considered to be bad for white after black plays this. And with a distant pincer, this kind of variation is going to be slightly unreasonable for white. So it's not a problem. Doris Catalan is saying, as long as you aren't a pro, splitting the side is 100% viable still. So like, that's very true. Probably for several decades at least, probably longer, we all agreed that splitting the side was a good idea. So like that's at a top professional level. So the AI might give you a smaller score, but it's going to be very difficult for a human to take full advantage of that. It's a relatively simple way to play also, if you want to avoid all of these complicated joseikis I'm going to be talking about here. So the distant pincers aren't considered so good. The two pincers that you can play and still get a good score with a computer, sometimes it's this one, which is very popular, and it doesn't really need the wall in the lower left to back it up, because generally pressing here, although it's a move, the fight that ensues generally favors white a little bit. Jumping out, white will have the idea of building on the top side while chasing black a bit on the left. So it leads to a kind of a even fight where white has potentials to gain territory towards the top side. So that's how this works in a lot of board positions. You would usually expect white to have maybe one stone in the lower left corner, and then this would be feasible. It's a fighting joseiki. Now this one, although it's low, it actually works fairly well with a very strong position in the lower left. Because when black plays here, this is actually equivalent to what happened in the game. It's equivalent to the game position because black's best move is probably to extend at 7, although sometimes you see players play here. It's probably a little better to extend at 7. So when we get into this variation, it's going to be exactly the same as the game. Where pushing here is the exciting variation. Extending here is relatively less exciting. Just to show you the main line here. There's this trade where black squeezes and white captures the left side. And this is about even. So if we assume this Atari is forcing and black plays some kind of extension, black 21 there is, sometimes it's not forcing, but sometimes it is. Black does potentially have a peep here, which is sometimes a good forcing move that black can play. So that makes this the extra value there with that peep there. So if black can force white to add stones on the inside like this, black does get some potential towards the side there on the left. And because of that, this is okay for black. So yeah, that's not one to memorize because there's a whole bunch of variations in it that I didn't tell you. So that would be the 10-hour lecture. But this is the fun one, where white has ideas, in some cases, of sacrificing the corner and making a wall facing towards the left side. So this works well with white's wall in the lower left, because sometimes white's going to get a huge moyo here. So for instance, just one variation that shows that would be this variation, where black is going to kill white's stones in the corner. Something like this, for instance. So black would capture the corner, and white would be hoping for some big moyo. So maybe white would start playing moves towards the center already. I don't know. I'm a bit greedy maybe. But white would try to make a big moyo here on the left side. So stuff like this. This would be working for white. It would be enough space, I think. So this kind of fight could ensue. It's something I've researched in a completely different board situation, but also it doesn't change the fact that the idea is that white is going to build on the left side. Okay, back to the game. When black plays a high pincer, so this is still the same idea. So if black, in the game variation, this actually reverted to the variation I was just talking about. Black did have some other variations, but this is the fun one. So, as I said, this would have been the relatively simple variation, where white is actually sort of has ideas of sacrificing the corner, but it's not so simple. So this way, this would be a bit more complicated with white sliding out on the right. And this is also a thing that can happen, but a bit more difficult for black. So there was this variation, but in the game he pushed. So this is the variation where white has ideas of sacrificing. But when black plays this jump, white's probably not going to do so. Okay, so black extends. If black had played a hane here, then you have to realize that the ladder favors white. So that's how white's pincer stone is working, because when black tries to capture the ladder, that pincer stone is getting in the way. So black actually can't capture in the ladder, and this would be problematic. So black would have to be doing something to protect the side, and white would still have ideas of sacrificing that corner group. But it would be like if black played here, white would jump, and it would be, this is sort of awkward. So black might be able to capture the stones, but white would be getting a lot of forcing moves from the outside. And this thickness would be good enough. I'd say that this is probably a good variation for white. Jens Stolpman, thank you very much. That's Yoseki in the Japanese pronunciation, and he's given the Chinese version of the name also, because Yoseki is from Taipei, and he's a Japanese affiliated professional. So I'd say both of those names are valid. In Japan, I know him as Yoseki, so that's why I'm going to be calling him. Although, yes, he is. His name is Chinese, so you can call him by his Chinese name also. That's when I came to Japan. Some people had trouble pronouncing my name, and also I got a name in Japanese phonetics. So I'm used to the idea of having more than one name that people call me by, just as long as they know who they're talking about. So I'm going to assume that Yoseki won't be annoyed with me for calling him by his Japanese name. Just an aside there. So back to the game. So this is the general idea for white, is that in some cases white is going to build some huge influence towards the outside and make use of white's position that white already has in the lower left to make a huge moil. So this is an idea that white has when white plays that push. But when black jumps there and extends here, this exchange on the second line at E2 and D2, that exchange actually, yes. The exchange actually makes it easier for white to live in the corner. So when black plays that way, there does start to be a higher potential for white to try to live in the corner. So the turning point was after white pushed once here. And again, if black plays a hane, it is sort of problematic when white cuts here. And black's group on the side, it still has a shortage of livers. So black's danger is actually more acute than white's. So I agree with the extension here. And this was a turning point where black could have, let's see, just making sure I haven't fallen behind too far. White actually did have the option of enclosing the black group. The problem with this is that black will get this very important move, turning around, getting a good position towards the top side. In the corner, it's going to be a ko or a Seiki or something like that. And the interesting thing is that AIs don't really seem to mind how it turns out. So if black plays here, it could be a ko like this. Black does have a ko thread on the outside, so this is something that potentially could happen. It's more likely that black's going to play something like this or like this, and it's going to turn into a position where this is going to start to look like a Seiki in the corner. So let's just call it Seiki, and it could be still be a ko. And after the fact that it's not going to be an outright death for someone, it becomes less important to continue playing there. And so like this would actually it would be a ko in the corner with black throwing movement. So for instance, if something like this happened, they would probably just leave it after this for most of the game. And so it's sort of hard to know exactly how that's going to turn out when the players won't play it. And AI would never continue after that either. So it's difficult. But the bottom line is the left side is not a white's territory yet. Black does have a good position on the top side. And the entire position is probably about even. So black just, instead, white lives in the corner. And there were people in the chat talking about they were talking about a different empty triangle. But this empty triangle in the corner is the way that white makes a life. So in the corner, when this is actually what's called the carpenter's square, if we get to this position. This is what we call the carpenter's square, and it's a life and death problem. It's a bit of a headache because there's a whole bunch of pose that can happen, but there's no way that black can outright kill the white group. So it's something like this, and with an outside liberty, it's going to be relatively difficult for black. Of course, for the time being, black doesn't have time to do anything like that. And so I'd say it's very difficult for black to kill this white group. Whereas if white had played what might look like a good shape here, this is actually relatively easy to kill. So this one, it's a ko also, but it's a relatively painful ko for white. It's when black wins the ko, it's a very clean kill, or at least relatively clean. So if white plays something like this, then it's not going to be enough room. So this is locally, it's dead. Again, black has to deal with the outside position before actually trying that. But it's going to be dead. So playing here makes it much more difficult for black to kill the group. For all purposes, it's as good as low. So in actual play, in this game with the pincer on the outside, this white group is going to be alive when white plays the empty triangle. So just this one shape in the corner, where you're making a square shape in the corner, just remember that the empty triangle in this case is usually the best move. So black jumps out. So this is going to reduce the size of white's moyo on the left, and this is the key move. Black could have at some point played that move, and it would have been relatively complicated. So black could have played here. I would probably have played it, and if white jumps, black can deal with that position on the left. In this case, black has this forcing move here. And let's see, I don't know some extension on the top, and is connected on this side with the forcing move here. So this is a way black could have played. Maybe white's going to avoid that by curling around. Another empty triangle. This is actually usually bad shape, but in this case, white is looking at the wedge on the left. So maybe white would play here. It's a key point. Curling around at 1 is a key point. Pushing here is a key point. So it's something I would be hurrying to play. But the players, this variation, if white plays that pincer on the left side, let's just go back. After this pincer, there's just a very high probability that it's going to go into that Seiki, because when black presses here, I'd say white's best local move is to start the fight. If white plays underneath, it's going to be bad. So if white does something like this is just making it easy for black. Black would probably play on the top like this. So this would be too easy for black. And white does want to counterattack when black presses it. It's a strong move. And white has a local majority, a local advantage. And so a lot of pros have researched this very deeply, and I would expect that the players have researched it all the way into this fight in the center. So they chose this time to play the push, and black let it happen. So black didn't try anything like this. This variation I was talking about. I suppose that shows that there's research of this position. In their research, they seem to agree with each other in the timing of this push. So black doesn't really have time to continue extending. Because this black group on the left is in danger. And it's just the fact that black has no counterattack at this point. So that extra push has stopped black from doing anything. So if black plays something like this, white can very quickly capture. Yeah. If white had tried that one move too early, then these white stones, they're already dead. So black can capture the 3 white stones. So that's why white was not doing it. Oh, actually, the latter favors black. So maybe black can even do it on this side. And it looks like the latter favors black. So white might be losing this way even. So white has to push once. And black has to curl around. And this was forced. White can squeeze here. White can squeeze like this, which is making a clump of the black stones, but it also fills a liberty for white's group on the left, which is going to be bad. So white doesn't really want to do that. Filling a liberty for this carpenter square shape on the left, it's a bad thing to do. Just remember that. The details are a bit complicated, but just remember you don't want to fill that liberty. That's why white is not doing that. White wants to leave that liberty at, let's see, it's E3. So white just connected. And black plays a hanging connection. If black had extended now, if black had extended now, that would leave the option for white to push through or play this squeeze. Even if white just plays this squeeze, it's going to be painful. So that would be different because white's played the marked stone on the right. Okay. So white plays the honey here. That was very necessary to stop black from. So for instance, if white had played on the outside, black would probably do something like this. The knight's move is also a shape. When black's group has a shortage of liberties, so that's why I'm trying to play the more forceful move. I think this is probably better, and it is pressing white down on the second line this way. It's going to be satisfying enough. So black has an eye. At the very least, black has a forcing move here. Black would, at some point, black might start with this, and it is going to be a kind of a colon point. Or what black has an eye here, at the very least. So black has an eye on the left, and can start doing something like this. The fact that white's pressed down to the second line on the left here is a bit painful. So that's why white is continuing as he did in the game. It makes sense. Now that was a tight move. And white jumped. Okay. Can black play at h6 after white's turn at c6 before the empty triangle? Let's see what this question is about. After white's turn at c6. White's turn at c6, yes. Now that's something I talked about. So yes, black could have played that. And if white jumps, black can squeeze. So yeah, black might not play the Atari, but black has this Atari which does establish a connection there. And we'll have forcing moves like this towards the corner. And we'll have time to play some kind of an extension on the top. So this is a variation I talked about. I'm not sure exactly how black deals with it if white plays here. there is some danger that black's stones on the left will be captured. So like if black has to play something like this, it's a question of how much black is gained. So it's something I would consider definitely. Just the fact that this is is a slightly bad shape for white, an empty triangle again. So just forcing white to play that would be enjoyable. Although I might not be sure exactly what I'm going to do next. And so yes, so white jumped. Yeah, that seems a reasonable move, I guess. And black, we still have some moves in the game. Let's just take you forward here. Wow. Okay. So that was an induced exchange. White sort of forced that exchange to make a life in the corner. Yes, and black gets to play this move. So let's go take that once more. So this was an asking move, asking how white intends to live in the corner. Sometimes white will be playing something like this. Sometimes this is the better move, but it's usually better just to keep it in the carpenter square shape. And let's see, I think that what happens if black plays here is that white probably starts with something like this and gets that extra hane there, which does make a difference. So then white plays here, and it's going to be some kind of a ko. Just remember to play the 1-2 point. If you play the 1-2 point, it's going to be a ko at least. So I won't go any further because it is a confusing life and death problem. It takes a very high level of play actually for amateurs to understand this. So you don't want to spend your time on this because it doesn't happen enough to make it worth it. Just remember the playing the 1-2 point. And black always plays the 2-2 point. It's the best way to make a ko. In some special, like if all the liberties are filled, there's some special circumstances that allow black to play a different move. But again, that's sort of details. So black was asking how white lives, and then pushed here. And still that white group in the corner, there's a potential ko there. And so what white was doing with this move is he's threatening the black group. Black can actually live with this. So this black group is now alive. So for instance, if white plays like this and like this, I suppose black has multiple ways. But, just play here. Black has enough room for 2 eyes. And the marked stone on the first line, that stone is threatening to kill the corner outright. So white has to answer that. But in the whole sequence, white got a fairly good shape on the outside and also got an unconditional life with 7 points or 6 or 7 points in the corner. So both sides, let's see, the territory there is slightly in favor of white. And black has a territory in the lower left corner. Looks like white's going to get some territory on the left side. And the fight continues in the center. Black has 2 stones on it. It's close enough to be even. Black does have a momentum. It does matter. Leonardo, yes. It does matter which side the 1-2 point is played. Let's just, okay, yeah. Since you asked, let's go back and talk about that. So it makes a difference when there's the 2 sides are unequal. So when you have a hane on that side, it's actually, well, yeah, it depends on various things actually. But when you just play it on the side that is not the side of the hane, and it's usually good. So that's just a thing that where in this case it's different, but in some cases when there's not a hane there, in some cases black will be able to do this and just ignore what's happening on the outside, because obviously not working here. But if black had a solid position on the outside, this would be a way to kill it. So there's a ko there, a potential ko there, which is which does make it better to play a scale on this side. So it's actually a fine difference, but a subtle difference. Let's just get away from that variation. Okay, so black peeped and pressed here and played away. So I guess that sort of finishes that variation there. And so we have a territory for white in the corner, a slightly smaller territory for black on the top side. That's about a 2-point difference. Territory for black in the lower left corner. White has some territory on the left side. So I guess the whole left part of the board sort of evens out. And black has a lead in development on the right, but does have I'd say that the black group in the center is slightly weaker than the white group on the top. So there's potential weakness there. I would prefer to play with black, I suppose. What about d10 for white? D10 was just a way to connect against the peep, so that was okay. Right, yeah, well, usually it's a relatively small group, so you can live with having it being a ko. It's just 20, 30 points. AIs generally don't care so much about whether a 20 or 30 point group dies or not. It's apparently a small thing. Oh yes. Hello, Alexander. Who's winning? Like if I knew, yeah, it'd be a different thing. Okay, I think this is a good point to take a quick look at one of the other games that I was going to show you today. I'll just show you the opening of the KJ versus Shin Jinseo game, which is probably the other exciting game this day. So I'll just change the game just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so this is just ignore the pictures and the names for a bit, because this is KJ versus Shin Jinseo. And he played a 3-3 point. So this is an unusual strategy, which is usually not getting such good scores with AIs. This is also the same round of the LG Cup, so it's in the best 16 players. And he dives into the 3-3 point. So it's a territory-oriented opening. And close enough to being even. And so Shin Jinseo actually went after the local position. He could have played away. This is a point where white could have played away. So something like this or something on the left side. But he plays here. White's trying to give black an over-concentrated shape on the right. And this is a shape. So generally playing this variation is sort of intuitive, but it does give white a lot of forcing moves. So this would be the intuitive way to try to capture those. So I don't know. Just locally it would be like this, with something like this. Or actually, what I was hesitating there about was that sometimes white can do this and would have another forcing move here. This looks like it could be okay for white. And then play the squeeze. And I was wondering which is going to be better for white. So let's just do it the simple way, though. And this variation, it does give white a lot of forcing moves. Probably not so good for black. Maybe something like this anyway. Or white could play something like this. So this is the idea that white has. In many cases, it's not good for black to play this. It's a pretty intuitive sequence, but it's usually not so good for black. It does get a bit over-concentrated. And so playing here, that's a good shape move, which is threatening. Obviously, it's threatening to break through here, which would be good for black. If white covers like this, then black gets a lot of forcing moves before black captures the stone. And this makes it relatively good for black. White has a clumpy shape, and there's a lot of aji. So for instance, black could be thinking of doing stuff like this in connection to that stone at 4. So black has stuff he can do. He has a potential ladder breaking move to escape at this point. So those forcing moves that black got to play at 6 and 4, they were significantly valuable. And so it's good shape for white to play here. And so it's just a comparison of this shape, which is relatively elegant for black, and this shape here, which is a bit more clunky. It's just the quality of all of these white forcing moves, which makes that difference. So that's how this is working. And white could have played, let's see, this would have still been better than that variation where black got a ton of forcing moves, but black 4 is still going to work to a certain degree. So this is one way it could have been fixed, but instead white's going to try this. So if black wedges, and this becomes a kind of a double threat. So that was the idea there. And black had no problem connecting underneath. Oh, another 3-3 point. Okay, so it looks like this game, on the right side of the board, black's going to be trying to chase those two white groups and capitalize on that. On the left side of the board is just a huge white moyo. Black does have more than 40 points. Or I'd say maybe the vicinity of 40 points. So the two black corners on the left, they're both probably smaller than 10 points. Black has a corner in the lower right and a 20-point territory, roughly a 20-point territory on the right, upper right. So that's, it is more than 40 points maybe. White has this huge moyo on the left. White's idea will be to try to finish that moyo without getting into too much trouble on the right. And black will be trying to use these relatively weak white groups on the right to sort of forge a path into white's moyo. And this is where the game is right now. And it's about the number of moves I wanted to show you, because my main My main commentary is going to be about Seiki versus Shin Jinseo. But this is another game that I was thinking would be exciting. So I wanted to show you how it started out at least. Maybe I'll come back to it later. I'm not going to make any promises. Okay. Back to the main game then. Okay, here we are. Looks like it moved forward a few moves. So quite often when black makes a peep like this, the easy move to play, of course, would be to connect. But it's very natural to see the opponent refusing to connect immediately. And black plays a knight move. So black is still threatening that cut, but also is looking at potential shapes like, let's see, potential moves here in some cases, because this is still going to be a key point if black cuts. It's going to be a key point threatening to cut black's shape. So whether black cuts or plays this kind of move, it will depend on the overall position. And white continued. So white is trying to stage some kind of an attack here by potentially splitting the black group. So for instance, something like this would be ideal for white, with there being some potential for white to break through here. So that would probably be white's idea, staging a counterattack. In the game, black, yes. So black bumps against white. This is forcing. If white leaves it, it's probably going to be bad, so let's just do that variation. Yeah, so this is a forcing move, threatening to push through on the right. And if white connects, black can capture these stones. So this is a fundamental variation, I suppose. And everything on the left there is white's dead. So that would be the end of the game. It would be so easy if games ended so quickly. But, so by playing this move first, by bumping against white at E11 first, black has enabled this move, which it does connect up to black stones. And white was still looking at an opportunity to cut black. So if black plays here, white's going to connect. And the two cuts are so this would be maybe this way. This would capture two black stones fairly big. And of course black can't afford to allow this either. So black extended, yes. And white sort of needs an extra move there. But this is the present game position. I'm sorry, I didn't understand Chris Davis's question. Okay, why is he playing so faster against Shin Jinseo? So, I think that's a question about this game. Why are the players playing so quickly, especially Seiki? Shin Jinseo is always pretty fast. I think it's because that whole variation in upper left is something that they had researched, and he was going to try it out. And so he might have been thinking of some variations, but on the whole, I think he knew what he was doing and just was set out to play this whole Joseki in the upper left. So it was a whole variation of, let's see, how many moves was that? Probably more than 60, about 50 moves, I'd say. Yeah, about 50 moves. That whole 50 move opening with that complicated variation in the upper left, at the very least, it's something that they had seen in their research with computer programs. Okay. Rubik is asking, would I rather take black or white in the KJ game? Let's just take another look at it. And, I don't know who's ahead. But this huge Moyo on the left, it is sort of scary to be trying to finish that off because it can easily disappear. So I'd probably rather play with black, actually, just with the potential of invading that whole Moyo being a relatively easy to understand game plan that could win the game. So I would be happy to play with black. Of course, if black messes up, everything dies. So that's the bad side. That's also something that could happen. But it's probably my type of game. Okay, back to the main game. So black's extended here. If white leaves it, black can still push through here. So white might want to, let's see, where would white want to play? White might want to play something like this. This would be a big move. But black can push through here now. And so there's this move left. I guess white could allow that to happen. White's not cut off yet. Not so sure about that. But black has left that option. Maybe thinking of playing away, playing in the lower right corner, maybe something on the top side. The white group there on the top is not 100% alive yet, so that's something that white should be thinking about. Yes, the double Kakari and the total approach in the lower right. They're not inside it. So that's a move that can be played, yes. What is the problem with that black F13? F13. F13? That's a big move. It's a move that could have been played alternatively to black's last move. So playing here. That's F13. He could have played here. Probably here anyway. Or yeah, you could leave it, I guess. Yeah. So yes, he could have played F13. I don't see any problem with that. Okay, around pair from Twitch is asking, does white have points in the lower part of the left side? And we just don't know yet. So, for instance, it depends on who plays there first. So if white plays here, white has the whole area. I'd say that's close to 20 points, a bit more than 20 points. But on the other hand, black can play the same point, play something like this, or can play here. and it becomes more in the vicinity of 10 points. And also there's big moves like this, which reduce the same area the same way. So white playing something like that, sometimes white's going to play a ko-like variation like this. So this would be a ko, or if black extends, it would be. So this kind of stuff could happen depending on the situation of black's group in the corner. And so the whole area, it's very fluid. For the time being, I would say there's definitely not any black territory. And if white does something, there's going to be a white territory. So I would be thinking there's some territory for white. Okay, yes. Chris Davis is asking, will I be streaming any other mornings for the LG Cup? And it is morning for me right now. This game is probably going to go into the afternoon, though. I don't know. I can't make any promises at this point. I think this set of games, they're probably going to finish the top 16 pretty soon now, and then it might be a bit of a wait before they go on to the next stage of the tournament. So maybe not this time, but I will be definitely looking forward to later stages of the tournament. And of course, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the other international tournaments too. So I guess that's the story for this part of the tournament. Rick is saying that he doesn't seem to, the white group is not functioning. It is partly the problem that white has with that group is the fact that black has added some moves to black's group in the center, is starting to build a very solid, strong black group there, which means that white sort of left behind with that white group, which doesn't really have room to develop very much and is potentially a weak group. So a thing you could think about is some move towards the corner like this, here, which would create a base for the white group. This would be one way for white to deal with that, make it a living group, and the game would continue. So that would be one option for white. I think it's really continuing to play in the lower left is not so attractive. So something like this, one of these two moves towards the top side, or something like this towards the bottom, would be moves that I would be considering. And yes, Shibano plays tomorrow. That's right, A-Song. It slipped my mind who he plays, but yes, he does play tomorrow. I think he plays one of the players from Taipei, if I recall correctly. Okay, white played an extension. Just a decade away, before, this would have been a very natural looking move. Although I probably still would have wanted to start with the double card. Yes. Thank you, TLS. Something like P7. P7, that looks like a very AI-like move. When white plays this extension, it does increase the value of a move towards the upper right corner. So for instance, let's see, if black plays something like this, it does increase, having a stone there on the side, it does increase the value of a move like this. So for instance, if black tries to attack or split through the white group in a variation like this, there's the fact that the black group in the corner is also not completely alive. So it would be a relatively even fight between the white group on the left and the black group in the corner. And so when this happens, there is a relatively strong potential that white will be able to put some pressure on that corner. And in the meanwhile, white would be making eyes for the group on the left. So the upper right area, a move like this would be very big. I would probably just play here. Nowadays, you see people playing both knights moves. This does leave some potential in the corner. So it's weaker as far as territory, maybe a little bit stronger in regard to attacking the white group. But this would be the normal move. Okay, Chris was looking at the women's Hoban tournament. That's the one that was 3 teams of five players, I believe. And the Chinese team had a player called Hu, who had 5 straight wins. So she did very well. So she was the first Chinese player. And in this tournament, the losing player gets knocked out, and the next player in that team will come in next. And so the it's between 3 countries, China, Korea, and Japan. And they include 1 player into the tournament with each round. So first game, I believe it was China versus Korea, the first game. I forget what the order was actually. But saying that happened, the Korean player loses, then next a Japanese player comes for the second round, and then the winner of that goes on to the third round. So the winner goes on to the next round every time. And the first Chinese player did very well, winning 5 of her games. She finally lost to Kim from a Korean player. And in the last game played in this set of games, Fujisawa Rina won her game. So both Korea and Japan have one win each, and let's see. I suppose they lost 3 players each, and the Chinese team has only lost 1 player, so they're on their second player, and so they have 4 players left. Then Japan and Korea have 2 players left. I believe that's how this tournament stands now, and some pretty exciting games. Although Hu won all 5 of her first 5 games, they were not one-sided. They were pretty. The scores were going back and forth a lot in those games, so it was. She did very well, I would say. And Sumire has played, and she lost to Hu. So it's like it's as a salon. Exactly. It's like it's a women's namshin. Thank you, Aaron. Yes. So after all that fighting in the beginning, it looks like it has settled down to a relatively safe game. So the white group on the left that has clasped a black stone there, that's alive. White's group in the corner is alive. White's wool in the lower left, it doesn't really have any area yet, but it's potentially connected up to the side. And it still has some space on the right, so it's in no immediate danger. Black's group on the top is alive as it stands. Black's group in the lower left corner. And they both have, for the time being, the position on the right side, it's looking fairly stable. Like both players have their areas. So black will probably continue in the upper right, and white would either defend the top side or move to the lower right, which is also a big area. The time settings are 3 hours apiece, so they have plenty of time. It's going to take the whole day. And they have 5 sets of 40 seconds after they run out of time. Okay, black did play in the upper right. And now let's see. So the remaining issues in the middle game is how white finishes off the right side is one of them. So for instance, if white plays... So invading here, this is a real issue, something that can happen. So this is so taking care of that side group, and also what happens in the lower right corner. These are all issues. And also there's the fact that white's group on the top, it doesn't actually have 2 eyes yet. So there's potential for black to be attacking that group. So those are the 2 issues that they have to deal with during the rest of the game. Another point is how much territory is black going to get attached to this group in the center. Because if this group ends up surrounding a chunk of the center, 10 or 20 points, that's usually going to be a win for black. White would like to be able to find a way to sort of counterattack it. And so it's something that the players will not be ignoring. In some cases, it becomes sort of important. So like, just to make an example, in a variation where we have something like this, maybe white can get close to the black stones and start playing moves like this. You can see that there is some potential for the black group to start looking like a weak group. So this would be something that white at least will be thinking of as a possibility, something that white would like to see happening. Okay, white invades the corner. Strange, I didn't think of the 3-3. Okay. Chris and Joy. Yes, I suppose you have to leave. Yes. Okay. Passive is another way to describe that white group on the top. It's not going to die, so maybe you wouldn't call it weak. Okay, so taking away the corner, scrolling like, okay. So how far will black keep extending? So that's the question here. P10? Well, P10 is just taking a position. So yes. So for instance, at this point, black did have more potential to have a very strong, if we just look at the right side, would have a very strong attack against white. Although the problem with this is that there's an unresolved problem on the left here, which would be bad for black. So that's what black was doing with the game move. So it just takes a position there, limiting the amount of space that black could get in the general area. And meaning that when the fight does start, at least white will be on the outside. So let's say something like this might happen. At least white will be on top of black, and black will have a low position. And black is very low. Yeah. So white's connected. So it is creating a position where when the fight does start, white will have a local advantage. Okay, it's black's turn. Like I said, black does have some potential to push that group on the top around a bit. So it's something that black could be considering. Or black can start something on the left side, some kind of an invasion. I mean, excuse me, the right side. So an invasion somewhere around here or here. Or an attack on the top. One of these two moves. My impulse would be to do something like this. this would be very similar to that. If white jumps all the way out, this does give white a very weak connection there. So maybe if we assume that white's going to play here anyway, that would still be, this would be actually better shape for black in the center. And I'm starting to see a territory that looks like it could be about 20 points for black. Honey at the head of 4 stones. It doesn't really work for black in this case because white would cut. The double approach. I think the double approach in combination with P10, again, P10 would be improving the local fight for white, so it would give white some extra local advantage. But it wouldn't have that much of a direct interaction with the corner Joseki. Extending at M16 does seem to be a bit slow. So like when white plays something like this, the lower side is open underneath, so at some future point, black can crawl here, and there's really no territory that white's gaining from that. So it takes a lot of moves to establish that territory, and black will be getting some stones towards the center. So I'd say the stuff that could potentially be happening on the top there and on the right side is more important than surrounding the lower side for white. And if black plays here and plays here, even now, actually white might play this way. But even now, it wasn't sent it, so like it loses a tempo. And as I said, the lower side, it's not going to be much territory for anyone. Even if black manages to get to this point, it's probably just not, it's not small, but it is taking a lot of moves to make it happen. So something like this might happen. And that was just an example. I think it's a bit slow. So we're at the game situation. Okay. And I'm starting to think of taking a lunch break. The live stream has been going on for about almost 2 hours, and it is slowing down the game. And they still have. Actually, looks like Shin Jinseo has almost 2.5 hours. It says 2 hours and 25 minutes, and Seiki has 1 hour and 15 minutes. So he's a bit behind in time, but they still both have plenty of time. And they'll probably start using it now. So the game is going to slow up a bit. The double hane? That's a good question, but it's not going to work. So when white has the stone at Q14, playing a hane here is much more dangerous because white's actually not going to go into this variation. This would be okay for black. This would be okay for black. But it's very dangerous because white can cut here. And this is usually going to be bad. So that's why the hane doesn't work. That's why black was extending here. Even now, it's still too dangerous. Cutting here. Just the extra white stone that's in the vicinity. It makes it difficult. Yeah, the players don't get a lunch break. It's a long game, I'd say, for not getting a lunch break. As far as I know, I don't think they have a lunch break. They probably have a snack that they eat while they're playing. Okay, so I think I'm going to take a break now. Let's see, I'll set the timer. I'll give myself 45 minutes. And so thank you for being here. Let me push my Patreon link first. So There's people supporting me at Patreon, and they support me and help the channel to continue going on. So this is my link for Patreon. I'll put it in the chat for Twitch also. And people support me there. In the higher tiers, you do get the $50 tier gives a reward of a teaching game, a game on OGS. So that's something to look at. And just in case you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, let's see, this is the link to that. So I'll put a link to my YouTube channel just in case you haven't subscribed yet. It's a good idea. You get notifications if you allow them. And so I'll be back. I'll see you. Might as well put up the timer. Where's the timer? Okay, and thank you. Goodbye. I'll be back in 45 minutes. Okay, hello, I'm back. So, back to the game. They did manage to play a good number of moves, so I'll go back to the position before that happened. So it was like this. Um, yeah, I was talking about invasions to the right. I did take a quick look, and yes, I think the computer wanted to invade on the fourth line. But yeah, it's very human to want to invade on the third line. This other move, this is something that I would have been able to play. I would have probably wanted to play here to start with. This is another feasible move. It does make a fairly forceful attack against White's group on the top. So I think this was an option that Black had. Okay, when White plays here, White is thinking of the potential to play a double hane. So for instance, okay, let's play something that's not so forceful. If White can play here, then White does have the option of capturing these two stones. So regardless of whether White's going to do that quite yet, but it is something that White has that option. Yes. Thank you, Leo. So, when Black plays the peep here, Black is hoping to make an exchange for the White move here, in which case Black would be more free to play away. And now, when White does capture at some point, that exchange of the marked Black stone for White 1 is a huge gain for Black. So it's less serious for when Black allows White to capture the two stones. So that's the theory here. White would like to be able to counterattack without connecting by playing here, for instance. But this looks like it's just not going to work. So Black does have to be careful, but can cut here and play a hane. And there's a cut on the fourth line. And if White defends there, then Black can push through here. And it looks like this is just not working for White. So that wasn't any good. And White pushed here. So the ladder favors White, and Black cannot cut yet. This would be a ladder. And so Black, so yes, Black should have pulled back. And it does look like Black's going to get a fairly sizable area in the center of the board. This is going to be a forcing move too, and we can sort of see an area here shaping up in the future. So like if we just make a very, something like this, and something like this. Let's just have Black play here. You can see an area that looks something like 20 points shaping up in the center. So it was worthwhile to extend it 1. So Black takes the side area, and now Black is threatening the White group in the center. And here, so White is just trying to get a forcing move, I suppose. Let's see. So if Black plays here, White would play here, and this would be dangerous. So in some cases, White can actually push through here, and White has a cut at F8, and also is threatening to capture Black stones in the center. So this looks like it's going to be dangerous for Black. And so it makes sense that Black didn't want to push through there. Yes. And White has connected in a bamboo junk. Oh, and now Black plays here. So I didn't really expect any of those moves, but interesting. So White's group on the top, it's still not quite settled, but White does have, actually White has a lot more eye space than he did before, because at any point White can play these forcing moves and make an eye there. So all White needs is one more eye on the top, which should not be so difficult. So that White group is, for most purposes, it's already alive. And white has reduced black's potential territory in the center. It looks like the game is getting fairly close here because black did seem to have a small lead. Go Geezer. He loves the streams, but it's almost midnight in DC. Okay, someone on the East Coast of America. And he's 85, so he has to keep, yeah, very good. Thank you very much. Well, you can watch, it's going to be there, so you can watch the video later. Thank you for coming. The Hunter Report gave me a tip. Thank you very much. Lev Kester, catching my live stream for the first time. Very good. Of course, everything is recorded as a video, so you'll get to see it later too. Looks like black is just taking territory here on the right side, so black will get a fair amount of territory there. And is starting to connect up to the stones on the left. And so this white group on the right side is not completely alive and is starting to look a little isolated. White's group on the top, for the time being, it's probably alive. But there is the fact that at some point, black can play here and squeeze it just a little bit. This is as far as endgame moves are concerned, this is a big move already. So it's a significant endgame move. And it will force white to, provided white can't do anything in the center, will force white to be making an eye in this area. So potentially small points that white has to play in return for black taking the big point at 2. That move at 2 is closer to 10 points. And so by splitting the two white groups, black is getting that extra profit. And the loss, the con of that is that black's potential territory in the center has pretty much disappeared now. Okay, R10, that's sort of ambiguous. So the reason they're not playing this stuff on the right side is because, first of all, R10, black just cuts it. And white has to connect. Black can connect. And white didn't really gain anything. Maybe just a forcing move here. This is not going to lead to much of anything anyway. So the effects of that was limited. White can break through with this sequence, but it strengthens black on the other side. So I'm not sure he wants to do it. I'm talking about black's group in the corner, which is now 100% alive. Black would probably continue with this one. So, otherwise, white sometimes has the double hane here. But for the time being, black can play here, and it's going to be captured. Sometimes white can play a cut. So white has various moves here. And again, with this, black has a number of choices. Since black is already connected up to the side, black can actually cut here and push through. It's still not working for white. So white has various potential moves, and none of them are all that effective. Okay, so white played the knight's move here, which is a big move. It's about a 10-point difference, and it would have been forcing when black played it. And black is continuing in the corner. Let's see. He doesn't have a double hane, so he's probably going to extend, I would expect. D6. Actually, that's a good question. Vict Probe is asking if the ladder is good for white. The ladder? Was the ladder good for white? Yeah, it looks like it was good for white. White didn't have to connect with the bamboo joint. And, actually, he could have played something towards the center. So it's more about making eyes, I believe. So the move we're talking about is white's move here. White did not have to play, like white could have played, white has to add something to this group because the problem is that white's not alive. But what Vict was saying is that white can play away because white might want to play this one first, but yeah. But because of the cut here and the ladder favors white. And yes, that is true. The ladder does favor white. He would have to be careful of moves like this, though, for one thing. And also the fact that if white plays away completely, then the white group here, it doesn't have good eye space. So if we look at something like this and like this, white's completely deprived of eyes, or even if black plays here. So there's a shortage of eyes, which is going to be a problem for white. So although he didn't need that move to connect, I think it was more of a way to make an item to secure the group. And of course, if the ladder got bad, it would change things. So that was some bad potential that was erased by that move also. Okay, so black extended, white crawled. Reduce the value of the lower side. I would say if black extends again or jumps, white would probably pretty soon it's time to finish off this stone, I would say. Or I guess white could play. This is also a big move. Is black O2 in response to white N2? Is it not Sente? Black O2? Probably Sente. Yes. So if black plays here, well, black could play here. White's probably going to push here. And while it's Sente, black might want to think of doing something towards the center because this does weaken black's connection in the center. So black would maybe be thinking of doing something like this or something like this maybe to reinforce those stones in the center. And black would still have ideas of attacking the white group on the right. Thank you. Good night, Alexander. Okay, so how's the game doing? Just finished your game? Huh. Okay, with the large black wall on the bottom right, would the N11 move? N11. Yeah, well, yeah, it's exactly. So yeah, Bruno was talking about the N11 move that I was talking about back at this point when I said that black probably should have extended here instead of the honey underneath. So yes, potentially yes, that would have worked well with a wall there also. So like if we assume something like this and something like this, you can see black's moyo is sort of expanding, very stable. This probably would have been a better way to finish off the game for black. So black's play here does seem a bit over overly focusing on the territory on the right. Um, yeah, but here, yeah. So black is trying to sort of create some extra potential in the center. I think this time maybe he's going to play a slightly more conservative move. So like something like this might be an idea. Just to get something like a smaller territory. He did get some extra territory on the right side. So the territorial balance is probably still okay for black. Thank you, wooden dancer. Yes, I always like it when people appreciate my videos. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry I don't understand the Korean person. I hope he's saying something nice. Uh, we could take a quick look at the other game that I was looking at earlier. Um, let's see. KJ versus Shin Jinseo. That's another big game that's happening today. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. So going back to where I left off before, why don't I just take it from the opening? This is a pretty interesting opening also. KJ started with the 3-3 point, which is a bit unusual. As far as I know, it doesn't get that much of a good score with the AIs. But the difference is pretty subtle anyway. So Black is taking a lot of territory. I think he just has a strategy of taking territory for this game. He's very low down, taking the territory here. So I talked a bit about this, where it's generally good shape. The game demonstrates good shape here. So what might seem to be an intuitive move of playing this and then going after the white stone, locally it's working quite well, and that Black wins the race to capture. But Black has spent a lot of moves, and White was getting good forcing moves from the outside. So it's sort of an example of sacrificing stones. So if I did make a video about extending to 2 stones when you sacrifice stones. So it's interesting. So this way, it's sort of working for White, and White is giving Black an over-concentrated shape. So, avoiding that by playing the diagonal move and threatening to push through. If White plays something like this, Black gets to, this would be a collapse for White. Or if White plays this way, Black does get a lot of forcing moves. And Black's stones at 5 and 7, they still have some potential. So like Black would have the potential if a ladder breaking move was played, sometimes Black would be able to escape, or play a peep here, or play something like this to make use of the stone at 5. So White's squeeze there, in this case, it's not working as well as the other squeeze, where the outside wall was very complete and good shape for White. So this was a much more successful squeeze for White, with all the stones on the outside being White stones, a very strong position. So White extended, and Black has found a better way to capture the stones. Black couldn't wedge here because this would be a double threat. So Black didn't do that, and could connect underneath anyway. So that was close enough to even, I think. Takes another 3-3 point. When in doubt, just invade the 3-3 point. I guess that's the rule for nowadays. Okay, so this is as far as I took it. Oh yes, Jacob is asking, yes, they've relaxed the rules about masking and such for COVID, and I can go and watch the games, and I do sometimes, yes. And of course sometimes I have to work as a referee, so then I would be going to watch the games anyway. Okay, so they get into this fight. This is about where I left off, and I was saying that Black has maybe more than 40 points. So something like 20 points in the upper right, less than 10 points each in the 2 corners on the left, and a bit more than 10 points in the lower right. So I wouldn't say Black has 50, but is maybe close to 50 points. White has this huge moyo on the left, which is going to be really big if White can finish it. But Black will be looking for opportunities to invade. So he's trying to create that by attacking White on the right side of the board. And so they're getting into this involved fight. And Black's corner is getting into trouble. And White used this move. So this move escapes because if Black for the obvious reason that if black plays here, white can play an Atarian cut here. So that's something black can't do. And instead black, let's see the game move here. And black still has to deal with the shortage of liberties. So that's black jumping out. And white was threatening the corner here. And now white is going to survive. So let's see. So for instance, this would be bad for black. Bad in various ways. So like, even if white just escapes with this, or if black plays underneath, this is looking dangerous on all sides. So for instance, white could just play very cautiously and play some kind of a connection here, because this is threatening to capture these stones by squeezing here, or to play here, and this captures these black stones. So a move at 16, there's probably a number of ways white can go about it, but this is the simple way. So black backed out of that. I think this whole fight was not very much of a success for black, because black's corner has been reduced to 5 or 6 points. So that 20 points I was talking about has mostly gone away. So black has lost territory on the right side and does not have any momentum towards white's moyo on the left. So although black has a strong position here, it's a bit too far away from white's moyo on the left. So that gives white the opportunity. I think white could have just played some reinforcing move. The problem is I don't know exactly where white should play, but like somewhere defending the moyo would seem to be a reasonable move for me. He played here. So black's idea still, okay, what happened here? So white pushes. And if black captures the one stone, that's a ladder. Okay, that's dangerous for white. So white probably has to just play here. So white's not going to die in this case. And he decided not to do that. But since black played away, now white captures those stones. That's a big move. And so black still needs to do something towards the moyo. So let's take a look at the territory. Black corner in the upper left, that's usually going to be a 7-point territory. And I mean the upper left, that is. And the lower left, that's less than 10 points. And there's an upper right corner, which is 5 or 6 points also. So that's all adds up to slightly more than 20 points. Lower right corner and this center area. I guess black still has 40, 50 points. So black has plenty of territory. But if white just gets stones surrounding that left area, like if white just gets 5 lines of territory, which looks like it's already conceivable, that would be 5 times 10 or 11. So that's 50 points already. So this huge left side, if white can get it on the 5th or 6th lines, that's already enough territory to make up for everything that black has. So there's still a huge significance of this territory on the left side. If white can finish it, it would usually be somewhere white stones lining up somewhere around the 6th line. So it would be something like 50, 60 points if we count in that part of the upper side that white has. So the difference between black completely trashing that territory and white making it is huge. And it should be the most important thing happening in this game. That's why I sort of doubt this move, which was playing away. It was a big point, but it was playing away from white's moyo. It should be ultimately important. The size of the moyo should be more important. And so, although I don't know exactly where white should play, I would suggest a white move somewhere. Okay, I keep doing it wrong. Somewhere inside the moyo. Somewhere reinforcing the exact point that white should play is to be frank, it's extremely difficult to choose. Okay, so that was KJ's game. I think I caught up with the present situation, so it's like this. I'd say it's probably, I don't see that black has that much potential to attack white on the right side. So I'm starting to think this is just looking good for white. But as I said, these big moyos, it's difficult to defend them also. So you never know. Let's get back to the main game. I did want to focus mostly on this game, and they played a few moves too. So let's see. Okay, so black attached here. We can see he's starting to build. Use a kind of an attack against white on the right to try to build something in the center of the board. So that's what's happening with these moves. Okay, so he plays the big endgame. So it goes back and forth a little bit. This left side is getting to be a big move also. It's not exactly threatening white, but it does give black some potential to be pushing white around a little bit. Excuse me. KJ was black in that game. Yes. So yes. Let's just peep again. It looks like people were confused as to who was black. That's because I didn't put the names up, I suppose. But in this game, it says here that KJ is black. So KJ is black. Shin Minjun is white. And if I'm wrong, that just means that the whole server was wrong. So yes. Okay, so yeah. So I was talking about black's move at D13. The threat there is, let's see, so, to play here next. And if white answers like this, there's no problem really yet, but you can see there's a lot of black stones getting added to the position. So actually this, yeah, it's not going to die. But of course there is the added value that black has cut off these white stones in the lower left. And white is just alive here, so it's not as if it's going to die, but it does get pushed around like this. So it's a painful thing for white to have to do. So I think that explains black's move here and white's reply on the second line. So he fixed that position. Okay. So we're entering the end game here. So black has the whole right side. The upper right corner. Leonardo is going to watch the recording. That works. Okay, so TLS is saying that Shin Jinseo is playing like he is far ahead and played. Well, yeah. So he is playing very solidly. Shin Jinseo is very confident in the end game. So I'd say a couple of points lead is something that he figures to be good enough. So that seems to be, you might say, what he's sort of aiming at in this game. He does seem to have a small advantage, which is, it's not a sizable advantage like some minor endgame mistakes, or even one minor endgame mistake would throw it away. But I don't often see Shin Jinseo make that kind of mistake. So he does have a lead, and he's trying to keep the game relatively simple. As the game enters the end game, one of the most wide open areas is the lower side, but actually it's not so big. So it's not as big as the move that Black just played on the right side. It's probably not as big as whatever endgame White chooses to play in the upper right corner. And then it's probably bigger than anything else. The center, making some Black territory in the center is also a fairly big move. So for instance, something like this would be a fairly big move, making more than 10 points in the center. This would be a significantly big move. And I think it comes next after this move that Black played on the right side, and maybe some endgame moves that White plays on the top, in the upper right. The upper right, let's see, I'm looking at jumping in, and Black would play like this. Maybe something like this. If there was some more Aji in the corner, White would be playing something like this. But in this variation, Black will probably play away. And White doesn't really have any potential here. So this would be, it would just be dead, probably. Black might even kill it this way. So it's not really amounting to much. So I'd probably just jump in here. Getting just a little bit extra before defending on the left. 5 is a move, a fairly strong, I would call it a thick move or an influential move. Okay, that's a forcing move. Black will probably do best just to answer in the corner. Q3 was reverse sente. Haha. Q3? Q10, yes. Multi-day games, we actually do have, okay, that's Jacob M asking about multi-day games. We actually still have them in some of the Japanese domestic tournaments. It's a very strenuous thing. I think it's a bit hard on the players. Okay, we got a move here. So when did White play that move in the center? So Black played here, White jumped here. Black extended and White went down. Okay, so I missed a couple of moves. So about multi-day games, they do play them in the Meijin tournament and the Kisei tournament and the Hoinbo tournament in Japan. So there's some Japanese tournaments that have 2-day games in the playoffs, in the challenging matches. I don't think Yama is participating this time. I didn't know. I don't remember seeing his name, and he's probably just very busy in the domestic tournaments right now. So what was I saying? Yeah. So multi-game, and there are some top players in the world like I'm not confident enough to name people, but there are some of the top players in Korea and China who have said that they would be interested in playing multi-day matches. So it's something that they haven't done, and some people say they would be interested to see how it would change how they played, but they don't have any tournaments. I think as a tournament, as something that people watch for recreation, um, the shorter games are probably much more successful. Yeah, so black is not answered in the corner. But since black has, oh yeah, sealing the move. It's a fun thing. Okay, girl Arikon is asking about AIs. Um, to a certain extent, it does um, depend on the self-respect of the players. But they do have to give up their cell phones and any electronic devices when they when they go into the hotel. So they leave their devices with the sponsors during the match. So it does make it that precaution does make it relatively difficult if someone wanted to cheat. Um, Although I do think that it would be possible if someone really set out to do it. So I think it does still partially depend on the self-respect of the players. So they're just trying to maintain the tradition here of these 2-day games, because if you really get intensely worried about people using AIs, it would have to be you have to confine the players to the room and not allow them to leave and all sorts of things like that. So that you'd have to add a lot of rules, and it would be impossible to play 2-day games. When black plays this attachment, I get the impression that maybe he's trying to cut white off here, which is a very active move. It's more aggressive than I had expected. Well, the white group on the right does not exactly have two eyes. So white has a potential eye somewhere around the M9 point here, and half an eye at black stone. White captures that black stone, white will have an eye there. Um, there's another potential eye here. 3 potential eyes means that white has to play first and establish one of those eyes in order to have a 2-eye shape. So if we make a variation like this, to start with, this is giving black a lot of territory in the center of the board. So this would be according to black's plan. And in this case, white would have a potential eye at the black stone, a potential eye here at O13, but would still have to work on the other eye, which would be somewhere around N9 now. So it's black's going to push white around a bit, and in some cases, black will be making some forcing moves. So like, I don't know. Let's see, something like this. White has to be actually is potentially in trouble here when black gets to peep here at some point. And the eye in the center of the board, it's not complete yet. So for instance, this would be dead. So there's some danger there. I wouldn't be surprised if white can escape, but black is, part of it is black cutting these white groups. There's some potential attack against white's group on the top, which would involve, in some cases, getting this move as a forcing move. And so there's potential gain there also. And white has to follow along. White has to keep answering. So he's trying to use this cut. Okay, so it's the same variation here. Only white, if white had connected, then black would have played here. Not only does this affect the size of white's eye on the right in the center there, it also stops white from pushing through in the center. So what white did here is white is trying to set up a counterattack, where white is going to use this cut. So it doesn't look like white can capture these black stones, but he's trying to get some potential. So for instance, at the very least, he would have forcing moves from this side. Maybe playing here first. Huh. It's a big hardship for people who are addicted to cell phones, yes. But they are, as Thumper says, the hotels are they're good hotels, I'm sure. Okay, Photon is asking where can we view this game online? Well, YouTube is online, so you could say you can view them here. Also, any of the Go servers probably have it. Maybe not all of them. There's a number of Go servers that are broadcasting the game. So, like, you could go to Fox. Um, there's a Go server called Fox. There's a Go server called CyberOral. Whichever one you have access to. Okay, June Mars was giving names of Go servers, I believe, and that was probably a typo for Fox, first word. Probably Taijin. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't checked either. Okay, so white's going to break through into the center. Black is taking profit towards where black just cut. And that's a pretty significant profit. It connects all the black stones. As before, it does set up some potential squeezing of that white group. The fact that black is solidly connected in the center now, it means that black can go ahead and play forcing moves, such as O2. That's a pretty important forcing move that black can play fairly soon. And the center, like, white's going to break through, but black is going to escape with those 5 stones also. I would assume that black will be able to do that. Yes, with OGS, someone would have to actually um, input the game for you. So I think sometimes people do that on OGS, but there would have to be someone who was watching it on some other server and who was willing to input the game. So maybe people do that sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if some people do that. That's interesting. TLS talking about what Yoseki looks like. Um, he's a player affiliated to the Kansai King, which is located in the west part of Japan. So that's close to Osaka, part of Osaka. So it's yeah. So he does recently he plays a lot of games in Tokyo because he's doing so well in the tournaments. But I haven't seen as much of his games as I would have of players based in Tokyo. So I can't really read his body language very well. I would say it could be that like younger players that I know, they might look confused when the game is not going so well, or when they're having a difficult time. Not necessarily by Shin Jinseo's moves here. On the whole, they're pretty straightforward. Like, for instance, this move is, although it's a kind of a change of pace, it's very understandable that Black would cut here to take the profit on this side. When covering here, it's going to give White some forcing moves anyway, to say the least. Well, White's probably going to capture here first. But at the very least, White's going to get a lot of forcing moves. Probably pushing here. Um, and Black's profit will be relatively limited. Actually, the possible territory in the center there, it didn't really expand like I would expect it to. So, although it might seem to be a bit of a change in direction, it's a very natural move to take the profit on that side when White left that for a bit, for a move, that is. And so, yeah. Okay, so here, there is the issue of the fact that White has not played this forcing exchange. So usually White would have these already on the board, and very clearly White has an eye on the left, and White has an eye on the top. So there's two eyes for this White group. Um, but there is the fact that at some point Black might play something like this and take away that eye, and White will have to find a way to make two eyes for this group. So there's some potential danger here. Hmm. Okay, yeah. Probably very close game. We're going to assume this white group has no trouble living, and it will go on to be an endgame. Black 115. All right, yeah. So that was preventing white from breaking through on the side. So that was Photon 101 asking a question here. For instance, if black had not played that, um, then white could play here and break in on the side. So that was an endgame move. Okay, so there is a question of whether or not the white group is alive. But of course, playing here is something like a 1 point move. So it's not the kind of move that black would be jumping to play. And so there's some question in my mind as to whether it's a good idea for black. This would take away that eye in the center. Is pushing at P2. P2 would not be enough. White's going to have trouble making two eyes in that direction. So let's try something. Okay, so we assume black plays here. Anything in this direction is not going to be good enough to live. It's just dead locally. There's no way white can make enough space. The real issue is probably on this side. Let's see. And there's the fact that in some cases, white can cut off on this side too. And so the whole black group there, in some cases, is going to be in trouble. So I'm talking about this black group in the center. So stuff like this looks really dangerous. Black has some weak groups also. So it's not just the white stones that are weak, but the black group on the left side of the board, and that weakness on the top involving white pushing through here and pushing through here. So it's pretty tricky for black. Yes, yes. O2, of course. Exactly. Not enough room. So, for instance, if we go back a few moves, it sort of defines the fact that it would be really bad for white to play an Atari here and strengthen the black position. So in this case, it would be pretty realistically possible for black to go after the whole group. So in this case, white wouldn't have enough room on this side. It's just not enough space, and wouldn't have anything on this side. Nothing on this side. So nothing would be working, and the group it'd be pretty easy to kill the group. So I think it all revolves about the bad Aji in the center. So it all has to do with this stuff. And a cool maybe. Sorry. He has a massive time advantage. Yes, TLS. Sorry, yes, that's true. Shin Jinseo has, according to the clock that I'm seeing, he has an hour and 40 minutes. White had various opportunities to make that Ayan Sente, and since he was slightly behind in the game, it's conceivable that he was not doing that on purpose, so as to give his opponent the opportunity to make a mistake. He could have played it instead of some of those end games, like the end game moves on the B line, B13 or B16. He could have played those forcing moves at any time. And like if it was a winning game for white, it would have been probably a good idea. But since he was seeming to have a bit of a hard time there, maybe it was better for him not to have played those moves. Giving his opponent an opportunity to get the idea of trying to kill white, which it seems maybe it's going to be an overplay if Shin Jinseo actually goes ahead and does it. It's just the idea that when you're behind or you think you're losing, you generally don't play moves that simplify the position. Okay. So what is he trying to do here? Hmm? Okay, it looks like they made some kind of a trade here. So he gave White an opportunity to defend, and when White did, cutting it at D6, that's about 15 points. 15, 16 points. So they made a trade of it. And let's see. By the way, KJ has finally invaded the white moyo. So I'd say that game is coming to a kind of a climax. And it looks like Shin Jinseo has avoided the most dangerous of the variations and is trying to play an endgame out of it. Looks like his whole idea was not working so well though. So let's see what it looks like. I'd say this was probably a success for White. Yeah, huge trade, but White has some real profit there on the left side that's waiting to happen. And already gained something in the center. I think that is what June Mars was saying. Shall we take a quick look at KJ's game? Okay, so this is KJ's game. Just to go back, we were looking at it about this area. And White is trying to consolidate the moyo, and Black went in all this way. So if White gets to surround on that line, the moyo on the left would be worth about 60 points, and it would be so big, it would be more than the entire amount of Black's territory. So Black has to dive in to a certain extent, and he seems to have been attaching, making these two moves as a kind of a combination. So when White plays the Hane on top, which is a very natural move that starts to split the two Black stones, he cuts and he's very okay. So he's trying to make some space on the side. So I think the idea here is that if White extends, Black's going to crawl here. If White extends again, at some point Black's going to play something like this. Maybe straight down like this. Black does have enough room. Would probably like to crawl once more. Maybe a bit dangerous. So maybe Black plays here or crawls. Okay. And at some point White's probably going to play here. I would say Black should be able to live on the side. And White's going to get some more in the center. So it could still be a continuing game here. So back to the board position. White has just played one Hane in the corner. And about finished for the time being. White. Sometimes White will cut at C18, but probably not quite yet. Oh, Go Baduk Weichi, thank you for the tip. Right. Shin Jinseo is pretty hard to defeat, to say the least. So here we are back at the game position of this main game. It does look like Yoseki has a chance to win here. Okay, so looks like the center is still pretty big, but the left side there, cutting there, that's a 15, 16 point move. Hmm. He lost to a weak Japanese player. I don't even know who. I probably shouldn't try to guess. I wouldn't call this a substantial advantage. It's probably just a couple of points. And I was answering Rick here. Yeah, okay. So this is actually a pretty big move. It's erasing the Aji here. So white could have played here and cut. And before black played the mark move, black would have to answer something on the right. So if black plays something like this, then white would still have a forcing move here and would have been able to reduce the black territory and also set up some potential cuts on this side. So just a little bit extra Aji. So if white had played that exchange, and of course playing here would have been some bad Aji associated with that also. So it's something white could have done, and now white can't do it because black can push through here. So maybe white should have played that first before that move. And then white would have gotten this exchange in with some potential for cuts like this. So white would then probably come here. So this was an idea that white could have had. And at this point, it's not possible for black to play that forcing move. So it wouldn't work now. So that's the meaning behind this move. Black is preventing white from doing that. And if white connects here, black can actually just simply capture it immediately, which is super effective. It's very, very effective. Yeah. So the fact that, and if white answers here, the fact that white cannot play this connecting move, that was worthwhile for black, and probably means that white should have played this exchange to start with. Just details like this change the equation completely. So after this, although white can connect, technically, the significance of connecting here is pretty much disappeared. So if white connects here, like as a move, it does exist. But it's really it's pretty pivotal because white's losing stuff on this side and has nothing left in the center. So it's not really worth it. It means that if white ends up playing here, that is a significant change in the size of black's territory. And good Aji also. So I think black gained a little bit, but when white failed to play this exchange. Okay, back to the end game. They just have this little center area to play. And although it's not a lot of area, it's not very wide open, it is going to be extremely difficult to find the right moves. Um, do I know Yo personally? Well, I we meet each other all the time, but we don't actually go around with each other. So I wouldn't say I know him that well. Wow. Yeah, so those of you who are interested in um the computer, the AI ratings for these, people are covering that in the chat, so I'm perfectly happy with that. I just don't like having it um posted on the screen or anything like that. Okay, so this is another valid endgame move, which in a position where white could not really play, um, yeah, white couldn't play the monkey jump. So let's just take a look at the monkey jump here. If white plays the monkey jump, black can play here to cut it off. And so that captures the white stones. Although white can get something on the right side, this is the same story. Um, the white group on the left is going to die in this variation. So it's not working for white. And so the monkey jump would be over jumping. And when white plays here, black will have will have a difficult time. If black wants to play the best local move, get the most points locally, black would probably have to back off like this, and then it would be a black territory. Okay, so this jump here that I didn't really talk about very much, it is a good way for white to capture the 5 black stones, because if black tries to escape, white can always capture like this. So this would be the simple way to capture. So white can capture them, and they cannot escape. So black would instead be maybe playing something like this to play a forcing move. So this would be conceivable. And apart from this this area in the center of the board, there are very few places to play the endgame. So there's the upper right corner still. There's a fairly big endgame move in the lower right corner. And there's this empty space in the lower half of the center of the board, which has to be filled somehow. And for instance, in this variation I was just showing, there is some potential for black to get a good clump of territory. B18 or B18 is okay. B18 would be a move for white. Or G2. G2. G2, it just doesn't kill black, so it doesn't quite work. So if we look at the top side, white can play an Atari here. Whatever happens, it's just not going to die. So if white plays here, there's a number of ways black can live with this. Just about wherever black plays, looks like it's going to be alive. Yeah, some of them are a bit more tricky than the others. Wherever black plays, it's going to be low. So there's nothing special happening there. M15. White's next move in the center, I would say white can actually play on this side. Sorry. So let's say black plays here. White can play here. And so black doesn't have so many forcing moves. Like black can force here. This would be playing from inside white's territory, so it's not really gaining anything. Any move around here would be forcing too. So black has some forcing moves. The only move that is really functioning in surrounding this area is this move. So if you assume that shape with a black stone at 1, then this white move here is doing the job to reduce black's territory, threatening to connect up to some of the white stones, or at least one of them on the left. So it's reducing black's territory on the left. Right, I agree with Simon Sun that if I have to make comments that are in agreement with what the AI says all the time, it does change the level of what I talk about. And sometimes I'll be talking about things that I don't fully understand. So I don't like to do that. Actually, M2 makes sense. So yeah, so A. Solon was talking about an AI suggesting M2 for black in this position, maybe somewhere around here. It's a move that can be played at some point. So let's say we could go back. I don't know exactly when. Let's just ignore that big, huge move on the left, and to be frank, it's not as big as cutting on the left, so it's not really working here. But if black can get this exchange here, it should be clear that this is better than the position in the game. So black has actually secured some territory in the corner. Oh, M2 after the Kosumi. Now I'm not so sure about that one. So that would be an idea here. M2 after the Kosumi. So black, this would be an attempt to squeeze white. Something like this. And since the white group sort of depends on the eye here, white would probably be obliged, like this code would involve the life or death of the white group. So it might be a bit too dangerous. So white might, so this would be doing a better job of surrounding the black territory in the corner. But actually white can just play away and extend liberties on the right, and it doesn't seem to be working. So yeah, I agree. I don't understand that one. But yeah, I think it's an example of how trying to guess what the AI is trying to tell us, it does tend to make the commentary more pro-oriented, and like it's a series of guessing what the computer is trying to say. Um, Not really the level at which I wanted to comment the game. Oh, he's played it anyway. Great. Now we get to see how it pans out. Wouldn't answer. Too many Joseki is a bad idea. So like you can study, um, and it does sort of depend on what your level is, but usually you gain more. You have to, when studying Joseki, you have to focus on how that Joseki sequence is going to um, work with a given game situation. So what happens after the Joseki, or what happens in relation to the Joseki, is more important than the Joseki itself. So I suggest you start with simple Josekis that you and your opponents can both play through without looking at the answer. Like long Josekis that are complicated are a bit too confusing for most players. And fortunately, the Josekis that AIs like tend to be shorter variations. Yeah. So just focus on those Josekis and try to understand how it's working in a full board position and what options you have later in the game. So that's how I would suggest you study your Josekis. So you only need one or two for each beginning corner position. So like maybe one or two for the high card, one or two for the low card against the 3-4 point. And then just look at my videos about Tesuji and Life and Death. Just cycle them. There's about 500 videos about Life and Death and Tesuji. 250 so each. So that should be enough to keep you busy. Life and Death is something that even very strong players will be practicing all the time because it's just kind of like an exercise to keep your brain in good shape. Yeah, so my problems are fairly easy. Just look at, I'll give you my, just in case someone here doesn't know where my channel is. I'm sort of surprised that that could be, but you never know what's happening with YouTube sometimes. Just in case you don't know where my channel is, just go there. And there will be a playlist for Go puzzles. And mine are fairly lightweight. They're not so difficult to solve. But it's sort of like lightweight training. So it's you just need to keep on using your brain, and you'll see things happening in your games because it's the easy ones that happen in your games. So I guess what happens here is that black is just going to try to take Sente. So it's a way for black to try to gain a tempo. So black can... maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe black's just going to play on the second line at... yeah. Is that O2? Indeed. I was agreeing with Rick. Yes, it is harder for pros to be super confident. It's too easy for people to check us and tell us that move was only 45 or something like that. Okay, if white persists in playing in the upper right, it will end in gote for white. So, for instance, if black plays here and white crawls, then white cannot cut now. This would lose the whole group. And so basically white would end with gote. Black would black would be able to play away at this point because the cut on the second line is not so big. So black would, instead of playing there, black would be able to play moves such as this one, which is probably bigger. So if white plays away, though, black does get the whole squeeze here. So that it's just that it's working as a squeeze. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Right. It is live. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a bit. Okay. Frozen Soul is asking a high-level question. What kind of problem types would I recommend for 7D players? Okay, if you're a 7D, you should know what you like, really. Um, it's still very valuable to do the relatively easy ones because um, everyone has blind spots sometimes. So if you, it's actually the easy ones that happen in games. So variations of them happen in games. So what I would do is I just play around with the shape and um, fiddle with it. Just play different moves, change shapes a little bit. Yeah, if you go to the classical selections, like Io Hatsuoron would be one of the Japanese most classical ones. There's Gengen Gokyo, which is not even life and death really, but it's a selection of Tetsuji or endgame moves sometimes. So the Guanzufu, I believe it's called in the Chinese name. That's a Chinese collection. There's Gengen Gokyo, a number of very difficult problem sets, which are probably not so good for most people. But if you really enjoy the difficult ones, you can go ahead and do them. They're just so difficult, and they are positions that will not happen in real games. That's why I think that actually I do think that my problems are pretty important because they are shapes that happen in real games. Hmm. Okay, so why didn't white capture at d6 earlier? d6? Oh, yes. Okay, that's a valid question. So this is CookieBot from Twitch. When could white have done that? So yeah, this was white's opportunity. So after black cut here with this move, white could have done it with this move. So yeah, like I said, white should play this one. And if we got to a position like this, there's a question of how black's going to capture that stone. So black has to do something. And instead of playing the center, this would have been a move that was worth probably 16, almost 16 points. More than 15 points. There's a fraction in there. So yes. So why didn't white capture d6? maybe he messed up. Maybe he should have. So this might have been a better variation for white. And in the game, I think it's really important that black got that forcing move there, which has stopped white from playing this move. So now white can't play it anymore, and black can push through. Okay, so I'm a bit worried about the lower side here. Because white can connect up. Or can he? Maybe he can't connect up. Okay, I see now. So if white plays, okay, let's just have black play something like this. If white plays here, black throws in and can throw in again. So when black gets to play both of these throw-ins, white will not have enough liberties to save everything. So yeah, white loses by one. If black doesn't get both throw-ins, then it would be a different story. So like if it's like this and black only gets one of the two throw-ins, then this would cut off the black stones in the corner, and black would not have enough room to live. Black would be dead here. And the same story here. So it's without the throw-ins, black's in trouble. But it looks like black can actually play a throw-in here. And then, yeah. So actually, there's no way for white to save those stones. So I was a bit worried for a moment about that black group in the corner, but this is an example of how relatively simple reading, but you have to realize what's going on in these local situations. Like otherwise, it would be really important for black to add a stone here. But when black is overright, maybe it's better for black to be doing stuff like this to surround some territory in the center of the border. Okay, so it's black's turn. Yeah, that's a forcing move. So Shin Jinseo has, it's saying here that he has an hour and 16 minutes with almost 17 minutes, and Seiki has about half an hour left. So there's a huge difference in their time, but once they finish playing moves in the center, it's probably going to be fairly simple endgame. Yes, the games are played on computers. Thank you, One Dragon. Yes, the main Battle TV channel. There's a Nihon King YouTube channel also, which is probably showing this game actually, but it's in Japanese. P2. Well, that Kosumi on the first line, 001, that was a Tetsuji that was sort of white's. White had the right to play that much. So it was, compared to the ideal variation for black, there's a 2-point difference. Right. There's a system for how we calculate those points, and it's a comparison. The most common system is that you count the territory when black plays first, and you count the territory when white plays first, and you split them. So like or you just count the difference. There's various systems, and it's okay, provided you are consistent in which system you're using. So we could say that if white takes those stones, then you just map out an area which is potentially changing in size. And you would say that white has 17 points at the most. And so actually, yeah, it was 16 or 17 points. I made a 1 point miscalculation. Yeah. So 17 points, and when black plays, at least 16 of those 17 points are disappearing. And the fraction involves a ko. So like in a ko, there's a side who's taking first, and a side that needs 2 moves to win the ko. And so that makes it 1/3 of a point. Within that system, at least. Hmm. Okay, so they finished that on the top. There's there's very bad aji on the lower side here. So I think black should be thinking about how to defend that. He has only 5 liberties. Yeah. Hmm. J7. J7, I think that's a big move. Let's see. Oh, J7? J7 is still premature. Actually, okay, let's do a variation for that. So, let's just have black plays a big move like this. And white plays, this is J7. Um, like it's not small, but it's just saving the 1 stone. And black would probably play something like this. It's just that a couple of points that white picked up. Actually, white lost something on the right with black playing at 9. And white didn't gain anything in the center. So I don't think so. I don't think it's worth it. And this, when black doesn't have any eyes in the corner, in the lower left corner, um, I am a bit anxious about this situation. Although I showed you that the Kosumi doesn't work. So let's go look at that once more. I showed you that this move doesn't work. Because black can throw in here, and then play here, here. It could link up with this move. So like if white gets to extend his liberties, and then white would be able to escape. So there's some bad aji here, and white's connection at 10 could become possible again. So that could be potentially, I don't really, maybe not in this order of moves, because let's see, in this case, white would have lost something towards the lower side. So maybe not the best order of moves here, but there's a kind of a connection between 10 and the aji on the bottom. So it's black's turn. Shin Jinseo still has an hour and 10 minutes. I think he has to choose how to finish off the lower side. I think that's there's very few endgame points bigger than that at this point. So like there's a big move in the lower right corner. And as far as big endgame points, that's about it. There's a number of moves in the center, and the choice between them is the difficult one. Is that ko out of the question? Which ko is that? Hmm. I wonder what ko Rick is talking about. Oh, the lower side, it wasn't a ko. Right. So, black can avoid the ko by playing here. So if we don't have that extra aji towards the center, this actually avoids the ko. So if black had played here, there would be a small chance of a ko if white played here. So that's why I was playing this move first. Yes. Let's take a quick look at KJ's game. I think that Shin Jinseo is in the process of calculating this to the end. So we can leave him to that. And Yeah, so this is a confusing game. Like I said, it sort of depends on black's invasion of the side, and that's what KJ is doing here. Okay, so I was suggesting a variation where white extends and black would be able to crawl here. And black looks like black's going to live on the side. So instead, white covered on the third line. So this is taking the most territory. Black gets to play the head of 2 stones and is going to live. So this looks like black is going to live. Okay, so he cut here. White did not necessarily have to allow that. But of course, playing here, it would have left a lot of bad aji on the side. So black would have the potential cut here, maybe this way. It's not as if anything terrible will immediately happen, but it is a lot of bad aji. From black's, if black can play this exchange, then black will have an eye there in the center, and we'll be able to make an eye on the left. So with something like this. So the black group is alive too. So now, the white group and the black group, they're both dead locally. So the black group, it doesn't even have a way to make 2 eyes. So locally, both groups are dead. And it's a question of whether they'll find a way out of it without a bloodbath. Yes, we're at the best 16. And the 8 games that they play are sort of spread out over a few days, I believe. Yes. So my answer to this one is I don't really know. It looks like it could be a ko or a race to capture. Black doesn't really have very many outside liberties, so it's more dangerous than it looks. But let's go back to the main game, see if Shin Jinseo has played a move. Okay, there at this point, looks like Shin Jinseo is going to spend some time figuring this out. Just check my connection. Yeah, I hope I'm all right. Yes. Well, if you like life and death problems, unrealistic problems can be very exciting and fun because there's something you've never seen before. But quite often they might help your reading if you're an advanced player, but they don't necessarily improve your game. So I have my doubts about those, although they are a great exercise, and you really have to love the life and death problems in order to gain anything from them. E17. Mm-hmm. E18. Mm-hmm. H18 squeeze. Danny Blitz is talking about a squeeze on the lower side. So yeah. So this is actually, yeah, let's make that diagram. So like this, white doesn't necessarily have to curl like this, but a squeeze like this, how it works out. Okay, so would black has to play here, but let's say black tries to kill the white group with this. Yes, that works also. So, but this all does sort of link up to something that could happen in the center. So this doesn't really gain very much because it was an open side anyway, so it's actually increasing black's territory by a small amount. But it does work in connection with this stone. So this was not working for a while because black can push through and cut and actually capture these stones. But white can play here and extend the liberties. Maybe it's not working. Yeah, white can play here now. And now white can play. Doesn't seem to be working quite. If black covers here, then white can do it. This would be a win for white. White would capture the group on the left. Maybe white could do it in combination with this move. And this would capture the black group. Yes, so there is some Maji there. I wonder how that's going to turn out. So maybe white's going to be able to connect these stones. This would be a significant gain in territory for white to be able to do that. Okay. TLS says he knows a number of pros who hate Tsumego. I think it's a question of how useful the Tsumego is, really. So, like, if you have those Tsumego problems with, like, stones on the 1-1 point, which you just know would never happen in a real game. But realistic problems like just 6-point shapes that happen all the time, you do have to fully understand them. Okay, yeah. So black could not cut white off. Let's see, I'm falling behind. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so black has a 5-point territory there. White has a 7-point territory in the corner. Hmm. Seems to be a very close game. Hmm. Oh, yes. Obviously, white didn't play the crawling move. That was the mistake. So yeah, going back to those variations, I was I was using the diagram that someone made for you. Someone was asking this question. It's actually better for white not to play 3 there. So white just covers, and white can play here. So this one, it doesn't, just locally, it doesn't work for black. So the whole mistake was the fact that white was playing that crawl at C18, which should not have been played. So that wasn't working. And if black covers here, then this combines. So white would start from the center. And if black pushes through and cuts, white can cut here and cover. And if this happens, actually, yeah, white would push through here once. And if this happens, it collapses. And if this happens, white has an extra liberty, and white is winning. So yeah, provided white doesn't play the crawl at C18, it's going to work. So yeah, that was kind of a little hallucination I had there. Um, so this is something that even works now. Let's see, what's the board situation? Okay, white's not doing it. The last couple of moves, I'm having trouble understanding what's happening here with the lower side because black seems to be in trouble, but white didn't take immediate advantage of it. Okay, Rick, thank you. Thank you for being here. Oh, good morning, Bodo. Of course, it's a very close game, so the score is moving back and forth by something like one point or something. I think it's a much smaller margin. I'm sure. Okay, in the KJ game, it looks at least what white has lived. Maybe it's going to be a ko. Right, yeah. If what I just showed you is correct, they've missed a huge problem in the bottom. So the fact that white can connect here at this point, and it's really very important that white can do this kind of stuff. So if black cannot push through and cut here, because if black does that, this would be a collapse. So this way white wins. And this would be significantly like something like this. I think white's gaining several points. Sorry. Well, yeah, that works too. Yes, very well done by Yoseki so far. It's still unclear who's going to win the game. It's a very close game and undecided. Yoseki, it's sort of weird that he's still an 8 dan, actually. The Hunter report asks why he's not a 9 dan. It's really weird because he's in some of the top titles and he's doing very well overall. But there's certain things you have to do to be jumped up to 9 dan. So like in the normal rating system, it might take a bit longer than that. But at the level of his record, the things he's actually doing. He's close enough to capturing a title. He's challenging sometimes. If he could get a title, then he would be like, if he got one of the big titles and kept it, he would be promoted to. If he defended it once, he would be promoted to 9-dan. Okay, for top pros, Dana Blitz is asking, for top pros, how much of an advantage would it be to be able to play out variations on a board during the break on multi-day matches compared to only thinking mentally? And my answer to that is they probably don't. But there's a potential advantage there, but there's so much of a stamina issue in playing multi-day games. It's so tough for the players. I think they don't. They keep away from going. They focus. I think that the wise thing to do is to focus more on getting a good night's sleep. Okay, I was just taking a look at, okay, we've got a lot of chat on this side too, though. Let's see. We're talking about Yoseiki's record in recent years. He lost to Ichiriki for Hoinbo Chalmers. Okay, yeah. And he lost to Xu Chaiyang, and I think that's the Japanese pronunciation for that would be Kyokagen, I believe. Another Chinese name, but the Japanese pronunciation. Yes. The pairings for today, they should be posted there. Well, I got them at the Nihon Keen homepage. So they were posted there. That might involve Japanese language though. They should be all over the place. There should be an LG Cup page where they have it somewhere. Yeah, and I was about to talk about KJ's game. So let's take a quick look at KJ. It looks like it's going to be a ko. So we have a little life and death problem there. So here so just a few moves ago, it was looking like this and black cut. And now white is actually, you would usually say this white group is alive. So if black plays, black actually has a choice here. So if black plays here, white can bump against and make an eye here, or connect to the side. So this is okay. If black plays here, locally white's alive with this move, or this one. In this case, black would be able to force with this. Maybe this way, depends on how confident black is with a ko. And then add a stone to the center. So this would be okay for black. So if white plays here, black would play here. White can actually kill black in the center. But black would be able to start a ko here. So how is this ko? Black would have ko threats here, or ko threat here. Black has a number of local ko threats. And white is losing a group here. So, for instance, this would be 25, something like 25 points. White's probably not gaining very much in this kind of a trade. So probably a bad idea for white. So maybe it's going to end up with both sides living after all. So in that case, like if black plays here, and here. White could leave it for the time being, and with the potential ko left to happen. Or white could play like this and just make a secure life and allow black to live too. So that's where they are here. White does have, let's see, about 50. The center, it's hard to say how big the center is. It does look like white's going to get some territory in the center. So maybe it's still okay for white. But it looks like black is probably going to survive after all. Okay, so back to Shin Jinseo's game. Oh, so he captured in the center. So white played an Atari, black captured in the center. So locally, this is a forcing move, threatening to capture white's 2 stones. So locally, you would expect white just to play here or here. Yeah, one of those two. Yes, it looks like they're both missing something on the bottom side. The time controls, there's 3 hours apiece in the LG Cup. 3 hours apiece with 40 overtime, 40 seconds, 5 times. So Shin Jinseo is down to his final 50 minutes, and Seiki seems to have about 15 minutes. So there's still a time difference. H18, J18, yeah. H19, yeah, H19, maybe that works too. And E17. Hmm. It's one of those weird computer variations. Okay, so white played a Hane here. So this gives black an opportunity to fix the problem. Let's see. Hmm. Well, I think the choice was for Shin Minju, actually, whether he plays a ko or not. Oh, they are playing the ko. So yeah, there's that ko also. That was made a choice by black. And maybe he has enough ko threats to do it that way. So let's show that just one final time. Um, it looks like with this move, it does take care of the potential problem on the lower side. So this time black's going to be okay, because white has no ways to extend his liberties. Hmm. So just to take a quick look at the other game, well, there's a number of games, but yes. So I was talking about the variation where black tries to offer life for both sides with this variation. But instead, he played this. This is also the other way that black can make a call. So he played this way. Let's go to the game variation. So he played that way. And this makes it a ko. There's a slight difference between this ko and the ko I was showing before, but it is a ko. So now white's ko threat in the top side, top left, it was forcing. It's just because black has a lot of ko threats. So black's gonna win the ko eventually. Black has local ko threats in various places. Yeah, mostly in the center here. So black should be able to win the ko. White only has one or two more ko threats. Yeah. And probably we'll end up playing something towards the lower right corner in exchange for this call. So the game is still continuing here. They still have a lot to play. I'm not going to finish that commentary. Let's get back to this one. Okay, white is going to try something on the bottom, maybe. But I think now it's too late to have any great success in this area. Yeah, it's sort of ambiguous who chose to play the call, but I think it was KJ's choice in this particular case. So that's a different game anyway. I think if this potential problem on the lower side has gone away, it's probably going to end up being a win for Shin Jinseo after all. It's a very close game, though. I think it's going to end up being a win for black now. Hmm. Yeah, so if white does, just to go into some variations now, if white does it this way, white only has 3 outside liberties, and black just keeps, provided black doesn't cover on this point, which would lose a liberty. This would lose a liberty and lose the game. Provided black keeps on filling liberties from the outside, white's not going to be able to win. So that didn't work. And it's still this deal where black is going to throw in here and play here. And if white connects, black can play here. It's not working on this side either. So this way, white just doesn't have enough liberties to make it work. So it was all to do with that extra liberty involved in white's cutting here and creating an extra liberty here. So this would probably be a win for white. So they still have to finish this position on the bottom side, but there's nothing special for white now. And there's a big move in the lower right corner and some endgame moves towards the upper part of the center. The rest of the board is pretty much filled up. I think KJ is doing okay. Just to take a quick look again, an exciting game. But they're fighting a ko right now. Yeah, so White's playing this ko threat. Black can actually afford to answer this ko threat. Probably. White has one or two local ko threats. Maybe two. Yeah. Yeah, so Black does have the option of answering this ko threat. And probably sacrificing the upper right corner. So White wouldn't want to take that, but would probably take something in the lower right. So it's going to be a trade where Black kills the White group on the left, probably. Just because Black has local ko threats. So back to the main game here. Okay. Well, Yoseki is about to run out of time. He still has about 12 minutes, I think. Something wrong with the clock on there. Yeah, maybe about 13 minutes. Yeah, it's not so difficult. It's just, it was a blind spot in this game. The whole thing that was happening on the lower side. Probably not such a high level Tsumebo problem. But you'd have to, as a problem, you'd have to arrange it so that that exchange in the center was really forcing. So not just an endgame move. So it would have to be arranged if it was to be a Tsumebo. Hmm. Uh, Cherry Pies um, is asking, yes, I would say I'm pretty sure Black's going to win now. So obviously I would prefer to play with Black. Okay. Zach Gormley is asking about the players tend to see less during a game compared to in review or if they're just doing Smeagol. Well, like when you're doing Smeagol problems, you start with the assumption that there's going to be something happening. There's a good move. Whereas you don't necessarily realize that in a real game situation. So that's the big difference between doing Smeagol, in which you know there's going to be an answer, so to speak, and doing real game situations where you might just be looking for an average move. And that's why doing a lot of life and death or Go puzzles, as I call them in my YouTube channel, doing a lot of that, um, it makes a difference because it makes it more effective for you to recognize these positions. So there's positions that you are supposed to know. You think you know them, but in actual games, you're not seeing them. So like in a Timigo situation, you will be able to solve them. But the reason you miss them in a game is because you don't know them to the extent that they just pop out at you. You know them to the extent that if it's posed to you as a problem, maybe you can get them. But you have to refine that to the point where you see it every time automatically. And so that's what even relatively simple life and death problems, Tetsuji problems, repeating them and just grinding them in so that you just know them automatically. And your people say that your hand goes to the correct move without you even thinking about it. At that point, you will see them in real game situations. So there's it's not that the players, obviously in this case, of course they can read it out if they had noticed. It's just that the ability to see it every time it changes the more you do these problems. So that's the function of doing Smeagol problems as I see it, and it's why I think it's important to do even relatively simple problems are very effective because those are the shapes that come out in your actual games. So they're the most superfluous shapes that come around in your games. Come about, I would say. Yes. So they're sort of refusing to fix this shape on the bottom, but at this point, it's nothing special is going to happen there. Right. So Smeagol that you can solve well, at least in a minute or so. Not only do they happen in your games, but but you miss them. And that's true for most players, at least. Denner Blitz, that's right. You can solve it by elimination by and actually that's a good way to learn these things. Just by trying each move, each likely move in sequence. You can learn a lot by doing that, but of course in a real game situation you'd probably run out of time or something. Or just give up. Right. Good morning, LKD 2021. Yep. If it's morning, you must be in Europe or somewhere in that part of the world. Shin Jinseo is still spending a good amount of time, um, good amount of time on each move. He probably is pretty safe with the lead. And they don't really have so much of the board to fill now. It's just this local area on the bottom side, the lower right corner, and the upper part of the center, close to the top side. There's a big move at M. Black would play at M4. When would I consider black R17? R17 is pretty big already. Since it's white's, well, if we assume that black answers locally in the lower left corner, probably playing some sequence on the lower side, and then I would say the lower right corner probably comes next. So it's a big move. It's something like 9 points. It's almost 10 points. Not the cold. Well, the cold I would play if I had a lot of cold. At this stage of the game, there's few enough other moves that playing that ko, playing R17 and the double hane in the corner to make a ko, it would depend absolutely on the ko threats. So you would have to count the ko threats. I don't know. Black has 2 ko threats against white's group in the center. I mean, on the top side. Maybe a couple of ko threats against white's group in the upper left corner. Black could have 3 ko threats there. So 5 or 6 ko threats. And white's number of ko threats sort of depends on what's happening on the bottom side. So it might be a bit, white has 2 ko threats on the top and still has some ko threats on the bottom side. So it may be a bit premature right now. So for instance, after, let's just say something like this. Let's say black gets this point. You know, in a position like this, black might actually have enough ko threats to make this work. Because it would involve, there would be a slight threat to white's group and stuff. But if black's winning, black probably wouldn't think about that. Jack Singh is asking about the other games. Okay, so they finally fixed the shape on the bottom side, and I think this pretty much finishes the game. So yeah, it does look like black's a few points ahead. There are some other games. So there's the Shin Jinseo game. I can take a quick look at the present board positions on all the games. Although I don't think I can make any. Uh, I can't do a good job of analyzing them, I don't think. They're still playing this ko, and white has just played a ko thread at the mark point. Looks like he's maybe hoping to kill the black group with something like this. And black doesn't really have two eyes, so that's the idea here. If black starts answering that, black does have two ko threads in the center. But it's going to run out of ko threads eventually. So let's see. Something like this, maybe. And, you know, if black loses this ko, it's going to be pretty big, even if black gets something back on this side. It's going to be huge. So black cannot really afford to lose this ko. And it looks like it's getting to be a bit dangerous. So that's the KJ game. I'm sort of, I would expect, I think Shin Jinseo is probably going to win, but it's a volatile position. This is Miyu Ting, and Korean player, I believe. No, he's another Chinese, sorry. Cho. Or maybe it's pronounced Jiang in Chinese. I just don't know, but it looks like it looks good for black to me. Looks like they're into the end game now. They've played a number of ko's apparently, and they're entering the end game. But it looks just offhand, I would expect black to win. Okay, be a bit surprising to see Miyu Ting disappear so quickly, actually. And there's Kim Ji-hoon. I think I have that right. And this is Ding. Sometimes I'm not so sure about the pronunciations here, so I could be wrong. Well, it looks like they played a very AI-like game. Everything is... I guess that's alive. Is it alive? Yeah, it looks like it's alive. With empty liberties. 10. White does seem to have a lot of territory. But they're fighting a ko there on the right. I'd say this is undecided. And it looks like one of the games is finished. Maybe this was played today. White won. So that's is that Yang Dingxing? And Park from Korea, I believe. So that I think that game was played today also. It looks like they had a lively game, but I'm not going to go into it. Now, thanks for the help, ASON. So let's just wait for this game to end and call it a day, I believe. Okay. So just to go back a few moves, white crawled and black crawled also. Yeah, I guess that seems reasonable. And so yeah, white played the big Yosei move here. And it's black's turn. And he's going to probably, I would expect black to play here and finish off that territory in that area. Ha 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 ha. Thomas Lee. Yeah, my favorite is always Shin Jinseo. All right, Chochkun's Encyclopedia of Life and Death is my favorite book as far as life and death is concerned. I like the way that he um, starts with very simple shapes and goes very deep into it. So, like when you have you take a simple life and death situation, you just play with it, moving a black stone one way or the other. You get a new position. So the way he does that, it's very educational. Okay, so yeah. So now all of the big end game moves have been played, and they have some two-line stuff on the left side, and there's still a big cut in the center there, right next to where black just played. Um, so like this is a big move, and this is also a big move. So this is a big move, but it's not sente. So black will, yeah, then play here. And then, they just have bits and pieces, stuff like that. Everything on the first line is about the same in this game. There's still some relatively big moves here. And at some point, filling this liberty, black has to be careful about that because once black does, this becomes a hugely big move. So this would be forcing. So as soon as black fills that liberty, black has to add a stone here or here. And they're equivalent in size. And that's it. So like if it was a casual game, it would be finished in a few seconds. Yeah. So this is big. Yeah. So I was showing black playing that move. It's a big move for white also. Black still will play the left side and then maybe back to the center or the right side. And then yeah, that's about it. They're coming very close to the end. It looks like Yoseki is probably in his overtime now. Looks like they're still doing life and death with KJ and Shinminju. Ha 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 ha. Oh yes, YSF. I think Shin Jinseo is maybe winning by a couple of points. So Telegraph goes asking, do I ever check Tesuji problems with AI to see if it thinks the answer is good? So um, Tesuji problems are usually constructed in local positions, so they don't necessarily work in the full board position, so they're not set up that way. The fact that they're a local problem, it makes it very difficult to test them with an AI. So the Tesuji would have to be in a full board position for modern AIs to be able to understand it. So you have to start with a valid full board position. Hmm. Computers can actually do fairly well in judging life and death. You just have to make sure that the life or death of a group is going to have a direct effect on the result of the game. And so you can construct a position there and then fit the life and death into it. So that's something that actually can be done. Oh, Thomas Lee is asking about the rules. Do I like to play with the Japanese rules or Chinese rules? So as a professional, throughout my career, I've been playing with the Japanese rules. And very few times I've played with Chinese rules in some international tournaments. And then there's the Korean rules, which, for all practical purposes, they're very similar to the Japanese rules. For all practical purposes, I could say they're the same. So Korean rules or Japanese rules and Chinese rules. I can play with Chinese rules. When I'm studying games and I lose control of the captured stones and stuff like that, Chinese rules are actually very convenient to count if I actually need to make a count to check my calculation at the end. So that's a way I like the Chinese rules. And in actual practice, they have their pros and cons, which all of the rule sets do. The Japanese rules tend to be relatively easy to manipulate the calculation at the end of the game. So it's easier to make the territories and stuff. But it's not a big deal. So I don't really have strong preferences. I like the various. They have their various uses for me personally in my study. And to a certain degree, I think I understand them well enough. Okay, when white plays here, white is threatening to connect on the fifth line at this point. So this is a forcing sequence for white. Because if black plays away, white can play this move as a fourth. This is pretty big, so it's a stone inside black's territory and 2 points for white. So that's a 3-point move. A difference of 3 points. So it's big enough that black probably wants to, let's see, this move, cutting here is big too. So like if black plays here, this is also conceivable. This being the last big move on the board. That's a difference of 6 points. Oh, counting in actual game situations, counting is usually a bad idea because it takes a lot of your attention and not so good at, you lose contact with some of the reading that you have to do. So it's actually not a good thing to count. In early stages of the game, it can be very, it can be a wide brush. Like you just look at the number of territories or just count in tens and have an estimate of the territories good enough for most of the game. When we're looking at games like this one, the players have a very accurate calculation. That's not even true of all professional games. So like it's a very special game like this where the players are good enough that they they can correctly calculate to the end of the game. There are various ways you can improve your calculation. It's not as important as improving your reading. Okay, so that's a forcing move. Okay, yeah. Okay, now we're left with just maybe that move on the right there. So this is about 3 points, which makes it's a difference of 3 points. Slightly bigger than anything else on the board, I suppose. Yeah. In that system of counting, yeah, it's actually more than 3 points. This is pretty big. This is pretty big. So in the system I usually use to commentate, this move is called a 2-point move. So it's a difference of 2 points between white playing this way and black playing this way. So there's a 2 point, an extra point for black and one less point for white. So in that system of counting, I call that a 2-point move. This move here, it's more like 4 points. It's more than 3 points. And in the same system, moves like this would be called a Sente 1-point move. So it's basically just free for white. And that's almost it. Like there's some equivalent moves. All of these moves, these moves, they're roughly equivalent. I mean, yeah. Some of them are forcing moves, but they're roughly the same size. And then you have moves like this, which are maybe slightly more valuable. And this is slightly more valuable than these moves. But like it's a fraction, it's another thing where there's only a fraction of a point difference, theoretically, which can sometimes turn into a point in a real game situation, but not always. Okay, so now they're not going to make any more mistakes. Probably shouldn't say that. Right, Arthur, yes. You stepped out. So there was a period in the middle game, towards the end of the game, I would say, yes, after he pushed through here and broke into the white territory, the black territory in the center, it seemed that white had some chances to win. It became a very close game. And finally, finally it was this stuff that was potentially happening on the lower side. So in regards to black's territory here, the idea that white could have played this. And if black pushes through to cut, white can play here and play here. And with the forcing move on the fourth line, black's going to be in trouble. So there was this thing that was almost happening, but he didn't do it. So it seemed that white had a decisive chance to win the game here, but he missed it. So when it became an end game, it was a win for black. Probably 2 or 3 points. So 2.5, 3.5, something like that. Finished. It's all finished. Like normally, like in a casual game, the players would just play very quickly now, and it would be all over in seconds, because there's nothing difficult left. Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. Wooden Dancer asking a strange question. Do any of the rule sets consider captured stones as extra points? Well, in the Japanese rule set or Korean rule set, you do fill your opponent's territory with the captured stones, so they count as points. But with the Chinese rules, you actually give the stones back and they don't make any difference. The fact that they're not on the board is what makes the difference. So maybe I don't understand the question. Okay. So now all of the moves are theoretically the same value. And it's just the fact that some of them will be forcing and some of them will not. Ah, yes. That was maybe a special move. They're still doing Tsumego with Shin Minjun and Kaketsu, KJ that is. It looks like they're going to end with a spectacular race to capture. Hmm. Oh, so, all right, looks like the game is over. Sorry, I missed that for a bit. And so I can give you the result. And white resigned at this point. I think he was probably maybe 2.5, 3.5 points behind. Something like that. So, just to recap the game. Yeah, so they started with this exciting Joseki. It wasn't really working for white. Maybe not ideally. This was forcing black got to play this point, which was important. And in this fashion where black is building a strong group in the center, it looks like the overall position is working well for black. So my guess at this point would be maybe white should have played the other variation, which is this one. In which case he does get a big moyo on the left side. And this corner, it's going to be a Seiki or a ko. If black plays here, it's going to be a Seiki like that. It's going to be a ko like this. Or if black plays something like this, it's more likely to be some kind of ko. So like if white plays here, this would be a ko. And they would leave it. So white would be playing stuff like this and building on the left side or invading the top side. Maybe this one. This fight does seem to be a bit difficult for white, but of course it's a very close game. And so they continued like this. Black seemed to have a lead most of the time. But it's when white breaks into the center, it did become a bit more complicated. It was a close game. So yeah, finally it just depended on this stuff that was almost happening on the lower side. So after white jumped in here, at this point, then white did have an opportunity to make trouble for black with this move. So this was maybe the clearest opportunity that Seiki had. If he can save these stones, so like if something like this happened and white saved them with Sente, that would have been a significant difference in the score. So if black cuts and white plays here and then plays here, this looks like it's going to be an advantageous race to capture for white in the lower left corner. So this was his big chance to win the game. Apart from that, it wasn't clear that white was winning at any point, but it was close. So like there was a position several moves before where with the jump here, white did have a chance to play this move already. And in this case, black doesn't have time to fight back. So for instance, if something like, before that, before black got the kosumi, so with this move, so white could have played this exchange and forced black to play some defensive move, and maybe actually taking these stones. I think white had some opportunities at this stage of the end game. So he did have some chances. He was hanging in there, doing fairly well, I think. But in the end, Shin Jinseo managed to win. So that's it for today. I'll just take this opportunity to finally give you the link to my channel and the link to my Patreon page. People support my channel at Patreon. And so it's a way to make donations and help me keep on doing what I do here, making videos and live broadcasts. Let's put it in here too. And there are some rewards. So there's a reward where you get to play a monthly teaching game on OGS. So people who are interested should look into that. And thank you for staying to the end. Probably late night for some people, unless it's early morning. Here it's the afternoon, a bit of a rainy day, but yeah. So thanks everyone for staying, and see you next time.